Good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Caldwell, you have a case this morning? Do you have a case this morning? Mr. Caldwell?
No, they got the wrong name. This is Marcus O'Bree.
Oh, I see. Okay. I would have to wait to change it for you.
Okay.
Can you spell it for me though, just so I'll have it?
First name Marcus, M-A-R-C-U-S. Last name O'Bree, O-B as in boy, R-I-E.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So are you on a phone or a computer, a laptop?
On the phone.
I can try and tell you how to change it.
Okay.
Okay, just tap the phone
Mm-hmm.
and then tap on your square where your face. Look for the word participants.
Tap my face first and then participants?
Yeah, you should. I just wanted your square to light up. Anywhere where you can tap and you see a drop down box, you should see the word participants.
Mm-hmm. I see it.
Okay, and then you should see rename.
Yeah. Well, I see the name Mr. Caldwell said me.
Okay, so click on that, or you should see the word rename somewhere after you
Oh,
click participants.
I got it.
Okay.
And then put my name on there?
Yep, your first and last name.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. And
Mm-hmm.
then you can put yourself on mute after that.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. There we go.
Good morning, Attorney Reed.
Good morning. How are you today?
Great. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Good to hear you. Good to hear you. Thank you for serving today.
Oh, thank you for having me. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Yancey, if you can hear me. Good morning, courtroom. Ms. Mack, Officer Locke. Good morning. If you can hear me.
Good morning, Attorney Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Reed.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning,
good
Miss
morning.
Court Reporter, ma'am.
Is that Christina?
It is. I'm getting ready to send you the docket right now.
Okay.
Morning, Mr. Fikens.
Good morning, Mr. Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Fikens.
Good morning. How are you guys? I gotta re-sign in because it's my screen went blank. There we go. I'll do it proper now. Hello, Miss Fields. How are you doing?
I am great.
Good.
Mr. Fikens, how are you?
Good, thanks.
Good.
Good morning, Mr. Fagan.
Morning, Mr. Parker.
Good morning, Mr. Reed. How are you?
I'm good, sir. How are you?
I'm well. Good. Mr. Kashuri.
Good morning, Mr. Parker.
Good morning, Mr. Richardson. How are you this morning?
I'm blessed, sir.
You look
How about
blessed.
you? I'm glad you made it home safe.
Well, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank
I
you.
know that was a long drive.
Yes, it was. It was. Good morning, Mr. Fikens. Mr. Marcus O'Brien, how are you this morning? Oh, he's muted. Okay.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. I'm well.
All right, how are you? Yeah, I was just checking. How you doing? Good morning. Yeah. About your regular notes. Get your regular notes in too, right? Okay. Just stay on top of it. Okay. Okay. All right, buddy.
Morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Yes, Judge Holmes. Judge Holmes, Sheriff Holmes. Date of 9th.
All right, good morning, everyone. Thank you for your patience on this morning. 36th District Court is now in session. I am Judge Shannon A. Holmes, and I'm serving as a presiding judge on this morning. Let's get started with our Veterans Court. I am going to put on the waiting room, and we'll get started by having the attorneys please state your appearance for the record.
Thank you, Judge, and good morning. For the record, Jesse Reed, Vet Court, Drug Court Defense Attorney, P 23863. Judge, if I may, I'd like to make a motion, a continuing motion, that my appearance be for all my clients this morning. Thank you, and good morning again.
All right, good morning, Mr. Reed, and your motion is granted. Mr. Fikens.
Thank you and good morning, Your Honor. Robert Fikens, P 31894, Specialty Court Defense Attorney, and I would make a similar motion.
All right, good morning, Mr. Fikens, and your motion is granted. Let's go to Mr. Yancey.
Yes, Your Honor, good morning. Kenneth Yancey on behalf of Specialty Court and Veterans Court this morning, Your Honor.
All right, good morning, Mr. Yancey.
Good morning.
And then for our mentor, Mr. Parker.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jimmy Parker, Veterans Treatment Court Mentor.
All right, thank you. And good morning, Mr. Parker. Mr. Kusheri, are you in the courtroom?
I am in the courtroom, Your Honor.
All right, place your appearance on the record for me.
That's Judge. Good morning, Judge. Good morning, courtroom. Daniel Kucheri, Veterans Justice Outreach Coordinator with the Detroit VA.
All right, thank you, and good morning to you, Mr. Kucheri. All right, good morning, Officer Lott. Good morning, Ms. Mack. Thank you all for serving on this morning. And
Good
then,
morning, Judge.
good morning. And then good morning, Ms. Fields. Glad that you are with us again on today. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Judge.
All right, thank you all for your patience this morning. I had an early meeting and didn't wrap up as early as I thought it would. And so here we are, we're running a few minutes behind schedule, but it's okay, we will be just fine. With that, are there any preliminary matters for the court's consideration? Let's start with the attorneys.
No, Judge, not at this time. Thank you.
All right, very good. Mr. Yancey, any preliminary matters?
Your Honor, I think Mr. Richardson had a question because he's not on the docket today.
Okay,
I did email you.
I'll come to him after I finish my schedule, okay? Good
Okay.
morning, Mr. Richardson. We'll get your questions answered. I did see your email, Mr. Yancey.
Thank you.
All right, very good. All right, if no preliminary matters, do we have anybody in the courtroom? Any defendants
ma'am,
physically in the courtroom?
Nobody's in the courtroom at this time, ma'am.
All right, very good. Then let's get started with Mr. O'Brien. Good morning to you, Mr. O'Brien.
Good morning, Your Honor.
How are you this morning?
Well, Your Honor, I've had a bit of a situation.
Uh-oh.
As I've been telling Your Honor and Mrs. Robin, I've been having problems with my back.
Okay.
And they reached July 7th, you know, it gradually increased and increased. July 7th, it reached a plateau that I couldn't take it anymore. So I went to emergency. They admitted me into the hospital and they found I had spinal stenosis, it's called. And whereas, as I had said before, that my disc was slipping, half my disc was slipping out my back. They did not know at that time if they wanted surgery. I got 5 different surgeons, okay? And they were split. Half of them were saying rehab, some were saying surgery. And all of them was pumping different pills at me. I did a week in the hospital, then they put me a little bit more than a week in an inpatient rehab. Okay, after that, my relationship with my wife had declined at the same time. So she left, actually, and she's gone now. And I've been pretty much battling this thing on my own. At that time, I had lost complete movement. I could not walk, dress, bathe, eat, shower by myself. I had to have someone to help me do this. And I was on a walker. And so I got better, and then they let me off. From there, Your Honor, it went through corresponding these different medical facilities with my job. Not only to keep my job, but to get paid for certain disability because my bills had all just spiraled, everything, okay? And finally, I got those taken care of, okay? And then next is still, you know, that battle. I'm still in pain. I'm not taking. One of the medications that they wanted to put me on that really bothered me was hydrocodone, which is narco, which is an opioid that I did not want to take. All right. I didn't know actually at the beginning because of the intense pain that I was taking, that caused constipation, could not use the bathroom. They gave me a laxative for that. After that, of course, they extended my disability from work. And now I have, all this time, I've been corresponding with Mr. Parker all the way through, because I could not reach and I did not know what was going on with Ms. Robs. You know, I had been trying to reach her all month, and then face-to-face we had scheduled, you know, it went without, you know, without any event. But I've always stayed in contact with Mr. Parker. This man has raised himself to higher heights. I've been bothering him in every situation and apologizing for that. Okay. But I let him stay with them through every step of this way and keeping them informed. Last night, again, they said, okay, Marcus, our final decision yesterday about 3 or 4 o'clock, we're going to go to surgery. So my primary doctor said, go to Henry Ford, Bloomfield. So I got ready, called me Uber, and was getting ready to go there. But then my surgeon from the Michigan Orthopedics, Michigan Orthopedics surgeon, something like that, calls me up and said, well, no, Marcus, you go ahead to Beaumont in Royal Oak. So that's what I did. I got there about 5 o'clock yesterday afternoon. I stayed out there to 2:30 this morning and not being seen. Okay. This meant it was the most embarrassing thing I ever had in my life. The medication that I had that I was taking, hydro, had worn off. Okay. So I went to the bathroom, Your Honor, and I'm sorry to say this, but I never go back to the hospital. I had to use the bathroom so bad that I defecated on myself. Okay. And I cleaned myself up in the bathroom. I had to throw away my underwear, called me a cab, and came back home. I think I got home maybe about 3:30 this morning. Okay, now I'm calling them up. I'm not going to have the surgery. I'm just going to go through the process of try to go through rehabilitation. And I understand that that's a process, and that's what I really don't like. They want me to rehabilitate from 6 to 8 weeks. Okay. And they want to give me inject steroids into my back. So I'm going to try. I apologize to the court, but I did make every attempt, you know, to contact, but Mr. Parker was the only one that was available, you know what I mean, who was reachable for me. I finally spoke to Mr. Yancey yesterday, and I told him I'm going to forward him some of the documents that I do have that I can show him that's going to cover everything collectively by dates. Okay, and as Ms. Rob asked me to do at the beginning, showing pictures, take pictures of my medication that they want me to take, which is a bunch of them, which half of them I don't take. Okay.
Mr. Opry, first, I want to say that I'm sorry to hear that you're going through so much. And I want to encourage you to continue to work toward taking care of your medical situation, okay? You've got to follow up. I know sometimes it's tough to have to wait to not get the response that we want when we want it, or even in a timely fashion. But I want to encourage you that you're going to need your back, and you don't want to have a painful life the rest of your life. So you want to follow through.
Yes.
You want to be patient.
Oh, I suffered from that. I tripped and broke. I'll show you. That 72E that does not work anymore because I tripped over my coffee table and I did not have the stability to catch myself. And I fell into the TV, knocked it over the fireplace stand. It does not work now. I broke it.
So, Mr. Opry, my question to you is, throughout all of this, did you miss some screenings or did you have some positive screenings? Because if you're taking hydrocodone, that is something you cannot take in this program.
I know this, I understand this, and I was aware of that all along, and I expressed that concern with Mr. Parker. You know what I mean? At the time when I was taking it, when I was in the hospital, I did not know what it was, really, because they were just pumping me every minute, some sort of medication. When I found out what it was, I said, no, I'm not supposed to take this. Okay. So that's why, like, maybe about almost 5 days ago, I stopped it, and I just been dealing with the pain until they come up with some type of alternative.
Okay, well, Mr. O'Brien, first off, while you were at the hospital, I understand what they did while you were inpatient, but when you're getting ready to leave, they go through your medications with you. They tell you, these are the things we're prescribing. This is how often you have to take it. When they told you hydrocodone, at that time, you should have said to them, I am in a treatment program. I am not allowed to take an opiate or any type of narcotic. And they would have at that time given you a prescription for something else. They would have consulted with the doctor, and they would have still addressed the pain issues. So really, that's your responsibility to tell them, I'm in a program, the discharging nurse, and especially Beaumont Hospital, any hospital, there's a discharge nurse where they have to tell you what they're sending you home with to make sure that you're taking it right, that you don't overdose yourself or mix it with something you shouldn't be mixing it with. So you should have been saying that to them.
Yes, ma'am.
And then secondly, hold on. Secondly, have you been going for your screens? Have you been going to your screens?
I have. The first part of that answer is you're absolutely right. I should have, but there are so many things that was happening that was tragic. You know what I mean? With my wife moving out, taking things that didn't belong to her. My bill.
Mr. O'Brien, let's start with that one. I have in my notes that you told me your wife has been gone for at least a month or so.
Well, she was coming back and forth, and she would stay and then leave and then say, but this time officially, she has packed everything she owned pretty much. The only thing she got left is this freezer that behind me with her food in it, her African food. She has found a place. At the time when she was on the phone all day with someone, having people come in front of my apartment and picking her up, being highly disrespectful. Okay.
Mr. O'Brien, hold on.
I agree. I agree with you.
Mr. O'Brien, I'm trying to get your attention. Mr. O'Brien, something's a little off today. Something's a little off. And so this is what I'm going to have you do. I need you to come in and test this morning. I need you to come in and test. And then I need you to sit with Mr. Yancey, because I'm not going to be able to iron out all of these details. Mr. Yancey, it sounds like I need to see if there were test results. I still haven't gotten an answer as to whether or not he's missed some tests. And so I need to get to the bottom of that as to whether or not he's missed any of his testing. I didn't get an answer to that. I need Mr. O'Brien to test on today.
Yes.
And then Mr. Yancey, if you can, I need you to also, when you come in, to bring your paperwork to cover the days that you were in the hospital, so that can be validated. Okay. And give Mr. Yancey an opportunity, because there's no way, Mr. Reed, Mr. Fikens, and Mr. Parker, that I'm going to get to the bottom of this in a hearing. And I'm not certain that we should by way of YouTube. Okay. I think he's disclosed enough information that I care about what's out there in the world. Okay. I just do. You're talking to a person who does not do social media at all. And so I care about what people say about themselves and what goes out for the rest of the world to see. So I need you to come in this morning, and I need you to get with Mr. Yancey, bring your documentation. I need you to test this morning. Please do not drink a number of fluids, because I need a test that is not diluted, or you will be with me all day until we can get a screening that's not diluted. So I want you to make sure you don't.
Coffee this morning.
That's okay. You'll be fine with a cup of coffee. But I'm saying from this point, don't start drinking a lot of fluids, because your test will be diluted, which means you'll have to sit all day until we can get a good screen on you. And I don't want to do that. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And so I'm going to have you come down to the courthouse, Mr. Yancey. That will give you an opportunity to look at screenings, determine what he's missed, because I didn't get an answer to that. And then you can see if there's paperwork to cover those particular missed screens, okay? Does anyone have a recommendation for a different plan?
No, Judge, I would agree. I would just ask Mr. Reed, please bring in documentation. I heard you say that you were in the hospital, that you were in rehab. Bring in that documentation that covers the dates that you were in the hospital, the dates that you were in rehab, so we can find out what's going on, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
And also bring any prescriptions that you have. Any prescription medication that you have, please bring that as well. Mr. Kusheri, does Mr. Aubrey receive any services through VA?
Yes, Your Honor.
I had
Mr. Aubrey-
requested,
Hold on, Mr. Aubrey, hold on. I need to hear Mr. Kusheri's answer.
Right.
Mr. Kusheri?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and so
Yes,
Mr. Kusheri, go ahead.
Yes, he is linked to services and he receives services through the VA. However, he does not engage in medical services through the VA. So in regards to his current situation and the events that transpired, which led to his community hospitalization, I don't have access to any of those records.
Okay, all right, very good. I wanted to make sure if there was anything you could help Mr. Yancey, because he's gonna have his hands full today. If there was anything you could help him out with, that you would be on deck. But if he doesn't receive his medical through VA, then yeah, we'll have to rely on the documentation that he brings in. All right,
I
thank
would be
you.
happy to collaborate with Mr. Yancey once Mr. Aubrey presents. to the
One more
courthouse.
time.
I said I would be happy, Your Honor, to collaborate with Mr. Yancey once Mr. Aubrey presents to the courthouse as ordered. Mr. Yancey, if you'd like to reach out to me directly, I'd be happy to be involved and try to help any way that I can to facilitate whatever you need.
All right, very good. Thank you, Mr. Kusheri. And so, Mr. Aubrey, I'm gonna excuse you. I'll get a return to court date for you for the future. I'm gonna excuse you at this time and have you head down to the courthouse, okay?
Okay.
All right, let's get a return to court date. Mr. Yancey, what would be the return to court date?
Your Honor, that would be August 23rd of this year.
All right,
Yes.
and that would be at 8:35 a.m.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Wonderful. Let me put Mr. Aubrey's case number on the record. Sorry, Ms. Fields, I failed to do that. The case number is 210-611-8501. Mr. Aubrey, state your full name for the record, please.
Marcus Aubrey.
All right, thank you so much. All right, very good. So you're gonna head down to the courthouse this morning. And
Yes.
then, Ms. Yancey, let's circle back today. I do have another specialty court staffing that takes up the second half of my day. But let's try to get as much done this morning as we can. And then I'll stop to see what's going on with Mr. Aubrey, okay?
I'm on my way, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Aubrey. I'll see you at the courthouse.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. I'm ready on Clarence Dillard. I have case number Z8054161. Mr. Yancey, make sure you check your chat.
Thank you.
Right. Good morning, Mr. Dillard. State your full name for the record, please.
Clarence Edmund Dillard.
All right. How are you this morning, Mr. Dillard?
How you doing, Dillard?
I am doing well. Are you doing well?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Dillard. Tell me what's been going on with you. Seems like I haven't seen you in a while.
The same here.
I know.
Everybody took off on me.
I know we went to Tennessee for a whole week. I want you to know we were not on vacation. We actually were working. We had to attend class
Okay.
very early in the morning to early evening. And so, yes, so we worked in Tennessee, but all of it was to get better, for us to get better. So to be better,
I really
better
thought
judge.
you were on vacation.
I'm sorry.
I really thought you were on vacation.
Oh, you said you thought we were, or you never thought?
I thought you were.
Oh, no, I wish we were on a vacation in Nashville. Nashville was everything but a vacation. Nashville, we work harder than Nashville. Well, I won't say that, but Nashville was work. Nashville was work, but it was good work because we learned how to be better, a better judge, better attorneys, better case managers, better mentors, all of those things. And so it was good work. It was good work. So we're glad to be back and to use some of the things that we've learned. They challenged me on yesterday, Mr. Dillard, Mr. Fikens. They made me use some of my skills that I learned in Nashville on yesterday with Ms. Light. Yes. And so, yeah, Nashville is a good thing. It was a good thing. All right, Mr. Dillard, what have you been doing to take good care of yourself and to work your program?
Well, I've been trying to go through the stipulations of my program and
Excuse me, Judge,
Uh-oh, wait a minute, Mr. Dillard, Miss Fields, you having a hard time hearing him?
yes.
Okay, I need you to lift that mic up and speak directly into that microphone. Lift it up, yeah. And then lean over and speak into it because you're so tall.
okay. I've been trying to go through my program and keep up with it and taking care of my business on my side. I got some inspections coming up where I reside and working.
I'm still having a hard time understanding you, Mr. Dillard. I don't know if you're gonna have to pull that mask down a little bit,
okay.
or what.
Can you understand me now?
That's better. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I've been trying to keep up with the program as best I can, and I got a surgery coming up next week for my optical, and that's about it. And taking a day at a time.
All right, very good. So you are showing up to everything you need to show up for?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, including dealing with your eyes, right?
Well, that's coming up next week, Monday. It's difficult time getting here, but it's finally coming.
All right. All right. You have everything in place so that you're able to do what you need to do?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, great, great. Do you need us to assist you in any way with your upcoming medical appointments?
No, if I do, I'll certainly let you know.
All right, that's what I need. All right, very good. Are you still meeting with your counselor?
Yes.
Okay.
And one other thing I had before you just like vacation. Ms. Ross was trying to get with you about this sober link. She couldn't reach you that I've been offered back 2 weeks ago. But I was wondering if it was some kind of way we could make that arrangement.
I'm sorry, what arrangement are you asking about again?
The sober link. She was talking about taking me off of it about 3 weeks ago. At the last time I was here in court, but she was trying to get in contact with you at the time, but she had a few more clients.
Okay, Mr. Dillard, you're getting ready to have eye surgery on Monday, right? That's what you just told me, right?
Yes.
All right, and so you may not be able to test maybe for a couple of days, right?
Test? I test once a week everywhere.
Right, but I only had you doing once a week because you're on that sober link.
Mm-hmm.
So I need to keep you on that sober link until I get you past your eye surgery.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Okay with me. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because here's the thing, and Mr. Reed, Mr. Fikens, if you all have a different recommendation, here's the thing. The minimum is 2 times per week, random. I'm allowing him to do the sober link and to test 1 time a week because on a case-by-case basis. He's going to have eye surgery, and I don't want to now have him start going out to test 2 times a week. I'd like to get him through the eye surgery, get him back on his feet, and then we can look at reducing the testing. How does that sound? Uh-oh,
Yeah.
You're muted, Mr.
It
Fikens.
sounds okay to me. I thought you were talking to somebody else.
Okay, I want to hear from your attorneys.
Well, Mr. Dillard said it best. He understands, Judge, and we agree with that.
Okay, all right, very good. So I'll keep you on the sober link. Let's get through the eye surgery. Don't miss any blows. And then we'll talk about transitioning you to just showing up to test 2 times a week random, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, but thank you for asking. That's right, always advocate for yourself. Very good. Always,
That's all right.
always. What else do you want to know? What else do you need help with?
Nothing right now.
All right.
Yeah, I have a young brother that's in a situation, and I figured get him into this program. I was talking with Mr. Cusheri, trying to get him, and I think it'll be a good move for him. Just slowing him down on his drinking and everything. You know, he's a vet, ex-Marine, and I think this program work wonders for him.
All right, and so Mr. Cusheri, since he's an ex-Marine, but always a veteran, we are if you could just, maybe connect with him. I don't know that he has any cases here at 36th District Court, but we could check. But listen, Mr. Dillard, I am glad that you are being an example for your brother and that you're encouraging him to get on track and to get sober and get in recovery. And I want you to continue to be that light, to continue to encourage, okay?
Yes.
All right. Something about being sober. We want everybody around us to be sober, right?
Oh, yeah, it's pretty good.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's wonderful, Mr. Dillard. All right. Mr. Yancey, what would you like me to know, if anything, by way of update as to Mr. Dillard?
Yeah, and it seems like Mr. Dillard is doing fine. I did check the screenings. The once a week screenings are negative. Obviously, he's still on the sober link. Seems to be complying with all the conditions. You did ask him about if he was still seeing his therapist. He said yes. I would like to get the name of his therapist from him, but other than that, from all the notes I see, he's in compliance, Your Honor.
All right, very good. Thank you. Mr. Reed, Mr. Fikens, or Mr. Parker?
Yes, Judge, thank you. Congratulations, Mr. Dillard, good report. Thank you for coming into the court today. I wish you well on the upcoming surgery. Keep up the good work, sir. We know it's not easy, but we're proud of you and you be proud of yourself. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Your Honor, and I'd just like to say good luck on that surgery, sir. We'll be thinking about you, all of us here at the court.
Thank you.
I as well. I like to congratulate him for for his steadfastness up to this point, and I also want to wish him well on the surgery. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. All right, Mr. Dillard, did you have any questions or anything else you'd like from the team, to know from the team?
No, Your Honor.
All right. All right, very good. Mr. Yancey, what's next?
You're muted, Mr. Yancey.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Yeah. His next appointment would be August 23rd, Your Honor, at 8:35.
All right, very
They're
good.
appointing a court date.
I'm sorry.
I didn't hear him. What did you say,
He was
Mr.
just asking
Dillard?
if that was an appointment or a court date. I just clarified for him that it was a court date, Judge.
Oh, okay, wonderful. Thank you, Ms. Mack. All right,
You're
Mr.
welcome.
Dillard, before you leave that podium, and I did not do this for Mr. O'Brien, so you all remind me if he makes it before we get out of here. My apologies. I need everyone in the courtroom to join me in thanking Mr. Dillard for his service to this country and his service to us. Thank you, Mr. Dillard. Thank you. All right. On this morning, Mr. Dillard, you are free to leave unless Mr. Yancey needs to see you. Mr. Yancey?
Mr. Dillard, I'm gonna call you probably later this afternoon. Just had a couple simple questions for you.
All right.
All right. And Mr. What, 1 second, Mr. Dillard, Mr. Kucheri, does Mr. Dillard receive any services through the VA?
Yes, Your Honor, he does.
Please update us. My apologies.
That's all right, that's okay, thank you, thank you, thanks, Tom. Good morning, Your Honor, thank you. Yes, Mr. Dillard is complying with all of his VA treatment. He receives weekly individual therapy and group therapy. He was seen last, on the 3rd. He has his eye appointment scheduled. He's entirely compliant with mentor contact. From what I understand, all UDS CTGs have been negative, and we are working together to serve his brother who is engaged with another court. He's actually out of Redford, so I'm working with their Veterans Treatment Court to try to facilitate a case transfer. But if he follows in Mr. Dillard's footsteps, he's going to be very successful.
Yes.
Because Mr. Dillard is doing great.
Yes, he is. All right, wonderful. That's good news, Mr. Kucheri. Very good. And you're trying to get him transferred to us?
Redford has their own vet court, so I believe they will want to hang on to him.
They'll keep it.
But he will be receiving what he needs, hopefully, if he's agreeable.
All right, wonderful. Well, he's in great hands in Redford. And so good, Mr. Dillard can continue to encourage him. And I'm certain with you working, we have that link between Mr. Dillard and his brother. That's going to be awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Dillard, what else you want to say to me?
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, sir. We appreciate you too, and thank you. All right. Enjoy the rest of your day, Mr. Dillard.
All right, you too.
All right.
Everybody.
All right. Bye-bye.
You too.
All right. Let's go to, I don't know that we have any other participants in the courtroom.
No, Your Honor.
We don't have anyone physically in the courtroom, Judge.
All right. Where is Mr. Aldridge this morning? He's on the docket for 8:35. Mr. Yancey?
I was sent an updated docket, Judge, which only had Mr. Dillard and Mr. Obrey coming in to the court.
Your Honor, I think Mr. Aldridge is on this actually the correct date for him is the 16th.
Okay. And then what about Mr. Boomer?
Also the 16th, they were both on August 2nd. And I remember because I did both of them.
All right, very good. Then let's add Mr. Richardson to the docket on this morning. Give me just 1 second. I need to make a quick adjustment. 1 second. All right, I am ready on Mr. Richardson. Can someone read the case number in the case numbers into the record for Mr. Richardson?
Hey, Judge, I have SP 106-06801.
Is that the only one you have for him?
Believe so. Let me check this other one real quick. Sorry.
Your Honor, I have case 200-572-3501 also.
Yeah, I just found that one after. Yeah, that's correct. And
All
then
right.
that's it. It's just those two.
Wonderful. All right, Mr. Richardson, state your full name for the record. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Desi Richardson, DESI.
All right, Mr. Richardson, what are you doing on my docket today?
Well, ma'am, first of all, before I get into it, I'd like to tell you, I want to thank you for sending me to Alabama last year. You know, this is the anniversary of my 1-year anniversary of my mother's death. And I want to thank you for sending me down there 2 times, one for her birthday and one to bury her. So, and also Lake Ridge has been teaching me not just 3 words, but they've been teaching me the meaning of 3 words, which is patience, perseverance, and endurance. And with that being said, along with my surrender to drugs and alcohol, I just wanted to, first of all, thank you for giving me the opportunity to learn these things and to get on the right path. In your courtroom, you gave me 30 days, then you gave me 15 more days and had the tether taken off. I ended up doing so far 22 days extra. I hadn't been able to get confirmation because I didn't know whether I was dealing with Mr. Yancey or Mr. Morgan. I touched bases several times with Mr. Parker to see who should I go to, and he got back with me and wanted me to come on Zoom today to get an understanding. I was supposed to leave on the 2nd, but we needed confirmation from the courts.
You were supposed to leave where? Because I wasn't aware of you leaving.
You gave me, right, you gave me 15 extra days here, ma'am, besides the 30.
Hold on,
and I
Mr.
ended up
Richardson.
doing, ma'am.
Mr. Richardson, I don't give you days. I go
Yes,
by
ma'am.
a treatment plan. I look to
Yes,
the
ma'am.
clinical
I did
people. Hold on. I
Yes,
listen.
ma'am.
I look to the clinical people to
Yes,
tell me
ma'am.
what's the best route for you. Okay.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
so, and then before someone is discharged from a program, I usually have a continuum of care. What's
Yes, ma'am.
going to happen, where they're going to live. And I don't have that information for
Yes,
you.
ma'am.
So that's something that I don't know if there was a miscommunication, but
Yes,
that
ma'am.
I don't give days. I listen to what the clinical people say as to what is necessary. I rely
Yes, ma'am.
on them as
Yes,
to what's
ma'am.
necessary. Now, I may increase that time
Yes,
based
ma'am.
on some other situations, and it's a case-by-case basis. But I don't determine, I don't say, okay, you need to go and get care for 15 days because I'm not
No,
equipped
ma'am.
to do that.
No, ma'am. I wasn't saying that. It was maybe a bad choice of words.
Okay.
You sent me here to Lake Ridge for recovery, and their recovery program is 30 days and 28 to 30 days. Then you go off into a transition. When I came back to court to you, you said because I had a problem with the tether. And so the tether was supposed to be on a week, but it was on 33 days. You said, remove the tether, pay the bill, and I'm going to add, Mr. Richardson, 15 more days beyond the days that of this recovery program. And I've done beyond the extra 15 days, which ended on the 6th of August, from the 22nd of July to the 6th of August was the end of the extra 15 days that you added on, which made 45 days.
I understand. I
Yes,
understand.
you see where I'm coming from? Yes,
However,
ma'am.
before you leave that facility, I have to
Yes,
have a
ma'am.
transition plan. And I've
Right.
not had an opportunity to consider that yet.
Right. And so I asked you the last time we spoke, I said that, and it's on record, I asked you, you said you have to get with the people here first. I asked, could I do outpatient here and my drops here, because it was closer to my home and it was convenient because I can continue my classes through outpatient every day.
Mhm.
And so you said you had to talk with either Mr. Williams.
No, not me. No. The case manager, this is how it works, Mr.
Okay.
Richardson. The case manager will get a plan together with the provider, and then it's
Okay.
brought to me through staffing or otherwise, so
Yes,
that I
ma'am.
can hear what's the plan. And that's what I'm
Right.
saying. I've not received that part yet.
Okay.
Okay?
So that plan comes from here to
Well-
the case manager?
Yes, they work together
Okay.
for a plan as
Yes,
to
ma'am.
what's next for Mr. Richardson. Because here's the thing, Mr. Richardson,
Yes,
the
ma'am.
home where you were occupying, I sent you there before, and we had a relapse, right? There are some concerns about the environment, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
But here's the bottom line. It doesn't matter where you live. You've got to
Right.
address what's on the inside of you. And so
Right.
that's why my recommendation was to take small steps in transitioning you back into the home.
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
that was my recommendation. And so I'm waiting to hear through the case manager. Now, we lost a week. We were in Tennessee.
Right.
And so we've had a little bit of transition. Now, Mr. Yancey and Mr. Morgan has taken over the veterans cases for now. And so I have not gotten that plan yet. And
Okay.
it has to actually come to the team, and we
Yes,
talk
ma'am.
about it. We talk about it. The case manager will update us on your history, and we talk about it, and then a decision is made. Okay, and we make sure
Can I ask
that
a
decision
question?
is
ma'am?
communicated to you.
Yes, ma'am. Can I ask a question, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
That's been the breaking the link, because at one time I came to court and it was Mr. Morgan. And then the next time we talked in court, it was Mr. Yancey, and I needed to get an understanding of which one was my probation officer, Mr. Morgan or Mr. Yancey.
Well, right now, Mr. Richardson, the team, we're all working together.
Yes, ma'am.
Because we have some staffing shortages right now.
Right.
And so we have to use people where they are available depending on their other caseload.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
right now, we are grossly over the minimum capacity or the maximum capacity that we should have, our case managers should have.
Right.
And so right now, they're just being a team and everybody's working together. But
Okay.
we're going to make sure you get information and that a decision is made. But we lost an entire week, and then
Yes,
we
ma'am.
came back from
Right.
Tennessee and had some unexpected staffing issues, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So
I
I'm going to
understand.
ask you, while you're in a safe place
Yes,
and
ma'am.
you're doing well and you're clean and sober, give us the opportunity to get that plan, to get with Lake Ridge, to get that plan, so that we make sure when we transition you back home, that you're home to stay.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Does that sound reasonable?
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate that.
All right.
And Your Honor, if I could, just to bring some clarity to this, Mr. Williams did communicate with Mr. Morgan regarding Mr. Richardson. I think as recently as 2 days ago, and Mr. Williams did not have a plan in place at this time, a transition plan in place at this time. So that's not, at least right, as of me speaking right now, that is not on the table at this time. But Any information that I get or Mr. Morgan gets, we will definitely inform our team.
All right, very good. And so, Mr. Williams, they must be working on a plan. Is that right, Mr. Yancey?
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right, and we may just want to let him know out of courtesy that Mr. Richardson has asked again about the plan, but you got to give him an opportunity. Putting the plan together is not just give me 5 minutes and we can shake something out.
Yes, ma'am.
No, there's a lot of thought that goes into that, Mr. Richardson, and clinical
ma'am.
stuff that I can't even begin to explain because they want to make sure that they're making the right recommendation for you, okay? The right continuum of care. That's going to be so important in your success once you leave Lake Ridge, all right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So are we good?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, you are.
Okay, I'm making sure.
Yes,
We
ma'am.
are good.
I
All right.
just wanted to get an understanding.
Yes,
And
sir.
who am I supposed to, of my team, when it comes to like, that's taking Miss Rob's place, who do I was just trying to get an understanding of who I report to, or if I had an issue, who do I report to? You understand what I'm saying?
And
I didn't mean no harm. I apologize.
Oh, no,
To the
I
court.
tell you all the time, if you have questions, if you have concerns, and it's not your hearing date, dial into my courtroom, reach out to your case manager. So you are not doing anything that I haven't asked you to do. I asked you to do this. So thank you for taking advantage of this process, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
And I appreciate it, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Mr. Yancey, what were you trying to say?
Your Honor, at this point, he can contact me with any questions that don't go over Mr. Williams' head, because if Jonathan Williams does not present me, Mr. Richardson, with a plan for your release, then contacting me to push him, that's not what I do. I just want this to be clear while we are all on this Zoom, that Jonathan Williams has to contact me regarding, I think Mr. Richardson is close to being able to leave our facility. This is his plan. Then I can tell you what the plan is, but it won't go in reverse, where you call me and say, I need to get out of here. I think I'm finished. And then me contact Mr. Richardson to tell him that. It goes the other way around. So I need you to be crystal clear about this while we are all on this Zoom.
Can I say something now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. First of all, sir, I coming online now was no attempt to go over anyone's head. Let us make that perfectly clear. You understand? Second of all, sir, I wanted to know if I had an issue, which is one of my questions. If I had an issue, who do I see, you or Mr. Morgan? You see where I'm going with this?
Either one of us.
Going over somebody's head, I would never do that, because first of all, regardless to what anybody said, I'm a soldier. And I know my chain of command. And I know that I have to go through people in order to achieve a goal. And I have to do it like in precise precision, sir, or else it would look like that I'm going over somebody's head to get something accomplished that I want. I'm learning here that I must have patience, endurance, and tolerance. And Lake Ridge is teaching me that. And I not just know these words, but now I'm beginning to understand what these words mean. Even though it's a late time in my life to get a clear understanding of those words and use them each and every day in all situations, because you and I both know the only thing that I can control is how I react to any situation.
Yes.
And I appreciate you and thank you very much for acknowledging that toward.
Yes, and Mr. Richardson, I think Mr. Yancey just wants to make sure that, he's able to do his due diligence And then we don't complicate things by going outside of the normal course of action, because that's just going to set you back even farther. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
So
ma'am.
let's just give it a moment.
Yes,
and it'll
ma'am.
happen the way it's supposed to. Okay.
Patience.
Yes, sir. Patience. All right.
Patience.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're very welcome. I'm going to keep you on for your regular hearing date, Mr. Yancey. You don't want me to change anything, do you?
I don't believe so, Your Honor. Well, he's scheduled for the 16th, so he will be scheduled also for next Wednesday. I didn't look to see if that was a face-to-face, but I know he's scheduled for next Wednesday.
For Tuesday, you mean?
For Tuesday, I'm sorry,
Yes,
for Tuesday.
Yes. And it may be a face-to-face, but we'll still have an opportunity to talk. And so we'll see. I don't have that scheduled, so I'm not certain. All right.
So I have to do a face-to-face, Your Honor, on the 6th. I mean, on the 16th. And
I'm not sure. Miss Mack, can you look it up on the 16th, what he's scheduled for? Because I don't
Yes,
have.
Judge, I was muted at the time. I apologize. But yes, he's scheduled for the 16th at 10:35 with a face-to-face with either Mr. Yancey or Mr. Morgan.
All right, very good. So they're gonna reach out to you. They may reach out to you a little bit before the 16th. I don't know, but
yes,
they are gonna reach out to you, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you'll see me the following week.
Was there any other date I needed to know about, ma'am?
No, sir, that's it for now.
Okay. All right.
All right,
Thank
Mr.
you, ma'am.
Richardson, I'm glad you came in. Have a good
Yes, ma'am.
day. Take
I'm
advantage
sorry,
of
Your
all
Honor,
the
to hold
services.
y'all up, because I know you have everything is behind a little bit, so I apologize.
Never.
And I want everybody to have a blessed day.
Yes, sir. And it's never an issue. Understand that's what we're here for. So thank you for dialing in. Before you leave, I need everyone in the courtroom to join me in thanking Mr. Richardson for his service to this country and to us. Thank you so much, Mr. Richardson. We truly appreciate you. We appreciate you.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right. Enjoy your day. Take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. All right. Miss Cleveland and Mr. Yancey. Miss Cleveland has joined me, Mr. Reed and Mr. Fikens for some things that were adjourned, and she's got some issues, and so she's going to place them on the record. Miss Mack, I will need you to add these individuals to my docket for today, please. Let's start with Miss Crystal Lane. Let's place wait a minute, I might have Miss Lane's case numbers. Give me a second.
I have it, Your Honor, as well.
Okay, go ahead. If you could place it on the record for me.
Yes, Your Honor. Toshi Cleveland here for specialty court. Miss Lane's case number is Z8060021.
All right, and Miss Lane was scheduled to see me on yesterday, Monday, August the 8th. Mr. Reed, Mr. Fikens, she did not show up for court. We gave her the benefit of the doubt to give Miss Cleveland the opportunity to reach out to her because she is so close to the finish line. She can almost touch it. And Miss Cleveland, what's going on with Miss Lane?
Your Honor, I did send her 2 emails requiring that she be in court at 9:45 after vet court today. However, I've been calling her consistently since yesterday morning. Initially, I was able to leave a voicemail, but now the voicemail is full. I have not been able to contact her, nor has she picked up. She did not respond to my voicemail, nor has she responded to my emails that I sent. I am concerned, Your Honor, because she has made good effort to stay in touch with me over the last 2 weeks. I was asking for a little more consideration for her because over the last 2 weeks, we have had a little interruption as far as being available to them at the work site. So I do want to request a warrant if that's okay, Your Honor, just because I'm concerned. This is out of her pattern. She has been cooperative. She has been doing the court's orders, but I'm just nervous. I'm worried that no response, might not mean someone is avoiding court. Oh, wait, there she is on the phone, Your Honor. Hold on. I'm sorry.
Hi, Mr. Bree. How are you?
Miss Cleveland got on her mother face. Do y'all see her?
Ooh, I'm sorry, you.
You got on your
Yeah.
mother face. Your eyebrows were up to your hair.
Yeah. Yes, I asked her to zoom in. She said she's going to zoom in right now. So she's made it just by the skin of her teeth, Your Honor. Hopefully. So she said she's zooming in.
All right, let's let her zoom in. Let's go to the other matter that you had an issue with.
Yes, Your Honor. This is Mr. Derrick Williams.
Okay, could you give me a case number or case numbers?
Yes, Your Honor. Z8082461 for Mr. Derrick Williams.
All right, what's going on with Mr. Williams? He's a part of our drug treatment court. Miss, go right ahead, Miss Cleveland.
Your Honor, thank you again. He was in Elmhurst House. He has been there for inpatient. They have a protocol there where they have to do 60 days. I've spoken with Mr. T. Allen, who is his therapist, and I believe he's a supervisor there as well. And he explained to me that he has talked to Mr. Williams about the requirements for completing their program and to go into transitional housing, that Mr. Williams was not in agreement with that he indicated to Mr. Allen that he wanted to leave the program, that the court did not explain to him that he had to do over 30 days. And in spite of Mr. T. Allen's telling him that it is the treatment therapy and the program and the protocol that he has to abide by and follow, he walked away. Now, I was told he walked away on Friday. However, I was told he came back on Saturday. Then when he came back on Saturday, Mr. Allen wasn't there. And I believe because of his supervisory role, the staff would not allow him to come back into the program without the permission of Mr. Allen. So he was informed that Mr. Williams was informed he had to report back yesterday. That's why I was waiting for the update, because I wanted to confirm whether or not he had reported back as required. And Mr. Allen sent me a message today and said he did not report back yesterday. So I am going to request a warrant for him, Your Honor.
Mr. Reed, Mr. Piper, so what you want to tell me? Is this the young man with the jaw issue?
Yes.
And he was the one asked to stay, said that he was willing to stay.
Yes. And that was a concern for me as well, Your Honor, because I informed him that he had to stay according to the protocol. He told me he didn't have a place to stay. He also, to leave the place, he wanted to go into transitional housing. And then he changed his, I guess, his mind and decided that he was going to take things into his own hands.
Any objection? The request is for a warrant.
No,
No
Judge.
objections. No judge, no objections.
Thank you.
All
Your Honor.
right. Then a warrant will be issued. He'll be remanded to me. And you want to make sure, I had some concerns about him.
Yes, Your Honor.
So would you make sure that we have a good address for him where he was before? Make sure you let Ms. Walker know the status of that address. This is what he reported when he came in, how it was verified. And then I'd like for them to try to get him, go get him.
Yes, Your Honor. I definitely will.
Very good. All right. Miss Lane, you too close to do what you want to do. You unmute yourself.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am. You are too close to the finish line to start. You almost made me say a bad word, to start messing up some stuff.
I didn't know. I've been trying to do everything right. I didn't know.
Ms. Lane, before you get off of Zoom or before you leave the courtroom, what do I give you?
My court date.
And what do I say after I give you your court date?
Write it down.
And don't I say, did you get that, Miss Lane?
Yes.
And what do you say to me when I say, did you get that, Miss Lane?
I usually write it down, but where I wrote it down that it got thrown in the garbage. So I tried to reach out and send an email, but I think she was at a convention or something, so she wasn't quite sure of it just yet.
right? Because we gave you your court date and we don't walk around when we in training with everybody's court dates in our back pocket.
I know.
Do that. But
I
Miss
just woke
Lane,
up.
Miss
Literally.
Cleveland has been trying to get in touch with you. You should be in warrant status. Miss Cleveland has been trying to get in touch with you. Why aren't you responding back to her?
I'm obviously this. I saw yesterday, and my fiance was in a car accident, so I've seen that yesterday, but I didn't know it was court. I thought she was telling me my court date because I had reached out to her for it.
Ms. Lane, hold up. You just said to me you lost the paper that you wrote your date on. So when you see your case manager's name pop up or a message pop up, you shouldn't be thoughting anything. You need to be looking because I've lost my paper. So my case manager is nice enough to call me. Let me see what she calling me for. Let me read her email because I know I've lost my paper. I don't know when my next court date is. Maybe it was today.
Yes, ma'am.
Come on, Miss Lane, you too close. You too close now. Now, if you want to turn around and run in the other direction, I'm gonna let you.
No, I don't.
Oh, okay. All right, so let's do it. Let me place your case number on the record. I'm glad you dialed in. I was just getting ready to issue a warrant for you. I'm like, Miss Cleveland, she is too close for this. All right, let's do it. Z8060021. State your full name for me.
Crystal Lane.
All right, Miss Lane. You just waking up, you said?
Yes, ma'am. My apologies.
All right, that's okay. I'm glad you got on because it was gonna break my heart to do a warrant for you. It just was. Yeah.
I'm trying.
Now I know, I believe you. But listen, you've got to keep up with your court date. I got on Miss Cleveland yesterday. I said, listen, we do not call people and email people to remind them of their court dates. No, not at all. We don't do that. She can if that's what she wants to do out of the kindness of her heart, because that's just Miss Cleveland. She always goes above and beyond expectation. But if she decides not to, you are still responsible for showing up for court on your day.
I understand.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Help Miss Cleveland out. All right. What's been going on with you?
I've been making my drops. I started community service with the LGBT community. I started that Wednesday. I've been trying to start it before Wednesday, but they had to do a background check, and then I had to connect with somebody and wait for them to email me. So it's been like a process, but I've been trying to start. But now I'm supposed to meet with them Wednesday to get started finally.
Okay, good. And you know, everybody has a heightened sense of security, right? Because people are doing any and everything. So thank you for your patience and hang in there so you can get your community service done, all right?
Yes, ma'am. I finished with Dr. Alexander, all of those, the stress management and all of that, that's done. I had did my first 20 hours of community service with him, but I still got 20 more to do. So that's why I got to do it with the LGBT community.
Okay. So you pressing, you doing it, you getting it done.
Yes, I'm trying to get it all done.
All right. And you're also refraining from using any substances, right? You're not using any substances.
No, ma'am.
All right. Very good. All right, Miss Lane. Listen, you are, that's why it was going to break my heart to sign a warrant for you, because you're on the right track and you are working hard. Just stick with it, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Very good. How's your fiance doing?
Sore, but she's doing a little better.
Okay. All right. I'm glad that it wasn't bad. She's home, right?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. I'm so glad about that. All right. Very good. All right. Miss Cleveland, what you want to tell me about Miss Lane? Miss Cleveland answered the phone while she was on the record.
I surely did, and I apologize.
Thank you.
Yes. Your Honor, thank you so much for giving Miss Elaine the opportunity to make contact with the court, because she has been doing very, very well. She and I do communicate. The last 2 weeks we've been out of touch, and you know, she understands why, because of the the trainings and things like that. So I really appreciate you giving her this extra bit of time. I do want to say that I want Ms. Lane to remain in closer contact with me because you are heading towards the end of your program. And I have to make sure that all the requirements are in place and completed and that you remain, just connected with the court's orders by, I know I received those documentations that you were talking about from Dr. Alexander and your completion from the other therapies that you've done. But I just want to make sure that we don't have any missteps along the way. Okay. Then
Yes,
that way we can get you closer to the finish line and, we won't have too many hiccups going on.
Okay,
Okay. So you got to answer my phone calls.
I got you, Ms. Cleveland.
All right.
All right.
All right.
All right. Anything from any of the other team members as to Miss Lane? I am glad to see Miss Lane on this
Yes.
morning. All right. Anything
Yes.
else?
Yes, Judge, if I may, congratulations, Ms. Lane. Good report. Thank you for zooming in this morning. Pick up the phone when Ms. Cleveland calls you. It's important. Keep up the good work. Be safe. We're proud of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, and if I could, Judge, I would just like to add, Ms. Lane, you are doing a good job. You're getting close. You're almost there. We wish you the best. You had us a little worried, though. You did, but we believe in you. That's why the judge gave you another day to come in, gave you another opportunity because we do believe in you. And
Yes.
we believe that you're doing a good job, ma'am. So keep up the great work.
Okay, and I just wanted to say thank you for helping me go ahead and get my license back with the steps you told me to do. I completed those as well.
And you got your license?
Yes.
Yay.
Oh, man, that's something you should be telling us. You got it. Congratulations.
Thank you.
How does it feel to drive clean?
It feels very good.
I bet you it does. You drive up next to the police and wave at them, don't you? Like, how y'all doing?
You ain't got to drive out your rearview window.
Right.
I mean, mirror.
There you go. I love it. And you understand that a license is a privilege. It's easy to get. Well, it's easy to lose. It's hard to get it back.
Yes, ma'am.
You understand that, right?
Yes, I do.
All right, so let's keep it. Let's not even ever go down that road. So thank you, Mr. Fikens, Mr. Reed. Wonderful. I love when people are doing just the right thing and they can do it and not have to worry about, is this the time I'm gonna get caught?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Very good. All right. Anything else for Crystal Lane?
Your Honor, I was going to ask, would you like her to come back for a Zoom hearing in about 3 weeks, or would you like her to have her face to face?
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. You said the Zoom.
No, I was going to do her face to face.
Okay.
Because hopefully she should be in a really good place, right?
Yes, that's the plan.
All right. So let's do a face to face, Miss Cleveland. What would that date be?
On August 29th, 2022 at 10:35 a.m.
2022.
And I know she's writing it down, right? Get that pen out.
Get it out and write it on something that you're not throwing away.
Yes. Off the wall.
A little pad next to my bed that I keep little drops down.
All right. All right.
29th, right?
Yes.
All right. At 10:30?
10:35, yes.
Okay. Got it. Thank you.
All right. Very good. Very good. All right. If nothing else, bye, Miss Lane. Go get your rest.
All right. See you later. Y'all be safe.
All right. You do the same. Thank you.
All right.
All right. I am not going to hold Mr. Parker. I know we're waiting for Mr. Aubrey, but listen, if we need to go back on the record, he already got his return to court date. Mr. Parker, something is just a little different for me, and I want to make sure. That he's okay.
I just spoke with him, Your Honor, and he said he's on his way.
Okay. All right. So if you want to wait around, that's fine. If not, because Mr. Yancey still needs to talk to him and all that good stuff, we can just update you.
Okay, I told him to give me a call when you all are done. He called because he was concerned and you know, because you know he was concerned about whether he'd be locked up or something. I assured him that no.
Why would he be locked up?
Well, I don't know. You asked him to come down to court, so I assured him that you didn't ask him to come down and lock him up. You just want some things cleared up.
And I need him to test.
Right. And I told him that, and so he said he assured me he's on his way right now, even while you were talking to Miss Lane. So he should be there in a little bit.
All right. Then Mr. Yancey, we'll just do an update. We'll do an update for Mr. Parker. And then, of course, the attorneys will be on standby. I still have some more docket to call. Mr. Parker, you may want to listen up for the 10:35 for the face-to-faces so that you can get their next dates. And then I'll release you and Mr. Kusheri, if Mr. Kusheri is still in the courtroom.
Okay.
All right. Mr. Yancey. Okay. Yep. Mr. Kusheri, you are all set. I'm just going to put some additional dates on unless you want to wait for Mr. Aubrey. You are all set.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Yancey, I'll be in touch with you regarding Mr. Aubrey, and we can work together here to help however I can.
Thank you so much.
You are welcome.
All right. All right. Very good. Mr. Yancey, you ready for those dates?
For some of them, I can tell you the people I've made contact with, if we can do those first.
Okay, you want to do it first? Those first? Who do you have?
Yes, I have Andre Parker.
All right, I have for Andre Parker, case number Z808-2731 for Mr. Parker.
Yes, Mr. Parker's doing, seems to be doing great. Talked to him for a while. His next date is going to be August 23rd at 8:35.
All right, very good. Who do you have next?
And Mr. Henderson.
I have the following for Orlando Henderson, U598-43121, SP 1104886, counts 1 and 3.
Yes, he is in the, according to the notes, he's in the highest phase. He's in phase 4. So would that put him August 30th at 8:35? Okay.
Yes, the next week.
Okay, so
wait a minute, you're not going 3 weeks out from a face-to-face, right?
this is the 9th, 1, 2.
Go 2 weeks out from today's date.
So he'll also be August 23rd then.
Okay, August 23rd, 2022 at 8:35, okay?
Yes.
Who do you have?
I'm not sure. I have Nathaniel Smith. I haven't been able, I left him a message and he hasn't called me back. Now, I don't know if Mr. Griffin had contact with him
Okay.
or not. And I tried to call Mr. Pringle and Jeffrey Franklin. Neither one of them have called me back yet.
All right.
Why I haven't called them before this morning, because I thought another case manager had called them. So that's why I didn't do it before now. So I did do it before court started. So I'm waiting for callbacks.
All right.
Hey, Mr. Yancey, I'm so sorry to interrupt. I'm
Sure.
still here just packing up, but I'm listening to you, and I just wanted to let you know, as far as Pringle goes, he already spoke with Mr. Griffin. I believe they've spoken twice.
Okay, perfect. That's perfect.
And Nathaniel Smith, I spoke to him last week. We can talk later, but I just wanted to let you know about Mr. Pringle, because Judge, there is an issue with Mr. Pringle. He needs documentation from this court indicating that he has not been in custody. The BBA, who provides his service-connected pension, had the impression that he was in custody, in jail custody, so they cut off his income. According to them, he's been in custody since 2021, so his wages have been garnished. And he just needs some documentation from the court. I can't provide it myself, but I'm willing to work with Mr. Yancey or whoever will be open to composing this. It does not have to be an essay. It just has to be a few sentences, and I can provide it to the DBA and work with
Let's do
them.
that this morning. Let's do that this morning. Ms. Mack, you have my letterhead available. 2 sentences that he has not been in custody. He has been working our program. He's not been in custody. Let Ms. Mack know what you need that letter to say, and let's get it done.
Thank you, Judge, and thank you, everyone. So sorry to interrupt. I'll work with Ms. Mack and be in touch with Mr. Yancey later this day.
Yes, and then Ms. Mack, just send it to me and we can get it all done for Mr. Kucheri to have it this morning before he leaves.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, very good.
So, Your Honor, since Mr. Kucheri is privy to Mr. Griffin talking to Mr. Pringle, can I give him a new date?
Absolutely. I'm gonna get dates for everybody and then circle back if for some reason you're not able to get those face-to-faces done.
Okay,
Right.
so
So
Mr.
let me place this
Pringle.
case number. Let me place the case number.
Okay,
200-449-9701 for Dennis Pringle.
so yes, Your Honor, so Mr. Pringle will be back on August 23rd at 8:35.
All right, wonderful. Let's go back to the top for Jeffrey Franklin, SP 105-98852 and 134045831.
Yes, Your Honor. I hate to put everybody on the same date, but he would be August 23rd also.
All right, and don't forget, we have an observation, I think, on the 30th.
Yeah, we're gonna have to talk about that.
We'll talk about it. Okay.
Yes.
All right, so August 23rd for him, that's fine. Okay, and then the last one I have at 10:35 is Nathaniel Smith, 180-573-2901.
Your Honor, he would also be August 23rd at 8:35, and I would think it's possible we might move one of these people to the 30th, but like you said, we'll talk about that.
All right, very good, very good.
And lastly, it was the reason I said what I said regarding the defendant that came in, because Mr. Williams had talked to Mr. Morgan because he was kind of demanding some things. So that's
Okay.
why I was telling him how the pecking order worked and how,
I picked
you
it
know,
up. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, I picked it up. And so you're good.
Okay.
And thank you for placing it on the record. So
Yes.
if ever there's an issue, we got you.
Okay.
All right, very good.
So I'll be looking for Mr. O'Brien at
Yes.
any time, and then I'll get as much information as I can, and then we'll take it from there, Your Honor.
Yes. All right. Very good. Mr. Yancey, you did a fabulous job. Thank you for handling that Veterans Treatment Court docket this morning. Thank you, Mr. Parker, for being here as the mentor. I appreciate you all.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome,
Thank
Your
you.
Honor. Thank
All
you.
right. All right. All right. Thank you, Miss Cleveland. Thank you. It worked out, Miss Cleveland. It worked out.
Good
Thank
job,
you.
Mr. Yancey.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate
Ms.
it.
Cleveland, thank you.
Thank you all.
Great job.
All right. I think Mr. Al Amin has joined us. Good morning to you, sir. Mr. Al Amin, can you unmute for me? Mr. Parker, you are free to leave and we'll let you know if we need something.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right,
Everyone
take
have a
care.
great day. Thank
You
you.
too.
Bye-bye.
All right, Mr. Al Amin,
Yeah, good morning.
good morning. All right, did you have your own attorney?
Yes, I did.
Okay, they have not checked in yet, and so, Ms. Mack, you'll have to, I'm looking at the docket, I see one says sentence and the rest say adjourned. And so I'll need to look at an ROA or something to see what happened,
Okay, Judge. Okay,
or call me.
okay. I'm talking with Mr. Kucheri and then I'll give you a call.
All right, wonderful. All right, Mr. Alameen, I'm gonna put you on mute until we hear from your attorney. You may let them know we're ready.
Okay, I'll let him know.
All right, thank you. Court is in recess. All right, court is back in session. Please turn on your cameras. As to Mr. Al Amin, sir, are you still with us? Mr. Al Amin? And thank you, Ms. Brimage, for joining us.
You're welcome.
Mr. Reed, Mr. Fikens, Mr. Al, I know he says he has an attorney. His attorney has not shown up, and I'm certainly not going to ask you all to step in, but he needs to come physically down to 36th District Court on this morning, and so that's my order. He needs to come on today. He has some issues, and he must come to 36th District Court. And so, I don't know where he is, but he needs to, I think I asked him to turn on his video, and I've asked him to unmute. Somebody's talking loud in the courtroom, so if we can mute the courtroom.
That's the probation department. I muted it.
Oh, that's y'all over there with all that noise. I'm sorry, Miss Mack, it's not you. All right. All right, and so if y'all could.
There's Mr. Alameen.
Okay, Mr. Al Amin.
Yes.
Mr. Alameen? I can't hear you. And I can't talk to you with the hat on your head. We're in court.
Hello.
Yes, you need to physically report to 36th District Court, sir. Okay, I can't do your hearing over Zoom today. Okay,
Can you hear anything?
can you hear me now? I will put it in the chat as well, and I am satisfied that I've given him proper notice. You must report to 36th District Court on today.
Okay, I couldn't hear anything, but I can hear now.
I'm gonna put it in writing to make sure. All right, you must report. I can't do your hearing by way of Zoom on this morning. You're not eligible for a Zoom hearing this morning, okay?
Oh, I have to go into the court today?
Yes, sir. You're not eligible for a Zoom hearing.
Oh, what's the reason?
That you're not eligible for a Zoom hearing. That's the reason. So please report to 36th District Court, and you need to do so before noon. Thank you so much, okay?
Okay.
And Joe, I may add, you need to call your attorney, Mr. Burgess. You need to contact your attorney.
All right. Failure to appear before 12 o'clock noon will result in a warrant being issued for your arrest, sir. I just want to make sure you know that, okay? Okay. All right, very good. I am good.
Okay, so just, I know Ms. Mack will call me when he gets here.
Yes, Ms. Mack, Officer Lott, if you could give Ms. Brimage a call so that she's able to come down. But the record is clear for me. He has to report before 12 o'clock noon at 36th District Court.
All righty, we'll be
All
here.
right. Very good. And then has Mr. O'Brien joined us?
Not yet.
All right. All right, Ms. Mack, we'll go into recess. We'll go into recess and just let me know when Mr. O'Brien shows up and when Mr. Al Amin shows up.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. All right. Very good. Mr. Reed, Mr. Fikes, you all will be on standby this morning.
We're flying
The
standby.
way it goes, right?
Yes, Judge.
All right. Wonderful. Thank you all.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge.
All right.
Mr. Fikens,
Yes, sir.
Oh, I should
you gonna
say,
zoom out?
I'm sorry. I should say, Miss Fields, Miss Mack, I'm gonna have you all keep the courtroom on if you could, and then let me know and I'll dial back in, okay? Because my battery gonna run out. I need to charge. I didn't charge last night.
Okay, you're gonna, what about the live?
The live can stay on. Just make sure that you all mute yourself. And then Miss Fields, you'll have to be the host while I'm gone.
Okay, Judge.
All right. All right. Thank you all. I've got to charge up.
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
All right.
Judge.
Yes, Mr. Reed.
I was asking, are you gonna zoom out and zoom back in when needed, or what are you
Yes,
gonna do?
I'm gonna zoom out. You're gonna stick around or you're gonna zoom?
Mr. Alameen has Mr. Burgess as a retained attorney, so I think he's in pretty good shape. And Mr. Aubrey is coming down for a test. I think he's okay. But we can be available,
Yeah. Yes, sir.
you know. All right, I'm gonna zoom out also,
Okay.
and I'll give you a call.
All right, thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fields.
You're welcome.
Ms. Fields, have a good day. Courtroom,
You
if I don't
too.
see you
Thank
all,
you.
have a good All
Good afternoon, Attorney Burgess.
Good afternoon.
Okay, we just wanted to make sure that we had your appearance. Your client is here.
Okay.
And we will shortly be informing the judge that you're ready to go.
Okay.
All right, good afternoon. Are we ready to proceed?
Good afternoon.
Oh, all of your messages are just coming in, team. I just popped on to see if we were ready. All right, let's do it.
Ms. Mack is currently away from the desk for a moment, but everybody else is in place.
Okay, is she coming right back? Do we know?
Yes, she should be coming right back.
All right, very good. Council, thank you for joining us on this afternoon.
Yes, Your Honor.
We had a hearing scheduled this morning for 10 o'clock for sentencing. And I don't know if you've seen the PSI report. It's not a good report. And so I had to have your client come in because he's got some real problems today.
Okay. All right, Your Honor. I've not seen the pre-sentence report, Judge. So I did not get it forwarded to me.
Okay. Do we have let me see if I have the ability to send it. Let me see. Ms. Burnett, you emailed that. No, you did not. That was Ms. Mack.
The clerk emailed it to Ms. Mack. Ms. Mack is coming in.
Okay. Counsel, if you could give us your email address, I'd like for you to get that report.
Yes,
I'll have Ms. Brimage give a summary. It's a short report because things just weren't done like they should have been. And so it's a very short report. Ms. Brimage can read it verbatim, Ms. Brimage, into the record, and then council will make sure you get a hard copy. Are we ready to proceed at this time?
Yes, Your Honor.
Wonderful. I have the following matters. Case number SP 118-4724, counts 1 and 2. I also have case number SP 1200205, counts 1, 2, and 3. Case number SP 1200897, counts 1 and 2. And case number U5944671. And then the last case is case number SP 120025051. Counsel, your appearance.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. David Burgess on behalf of Muhammad Al-Amin.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Burgess, for being here. Mr. Al-Amin, please state your name for the record.
Muhammad Al-Amin.
Thank you and good afternoon to you. And then Ms. Brimage.
Jasmine Brimage on behalf of the probation department.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Brimage. I'm going to start by having Ms. Brimage read her pre-sentencing investigation report because today was the date set for sentencing at 10 o'clock this morning. And so, Ms. Brimage, you may proceed.
Okay. So, Your Honor, the defendant, Mr. Al-Amin, did not report for his pre-sentence investigation interview. It was actually supposed to be done over the phone. So what we do is a supplemental report, which is a return referral. So I'll read the return referral in the record. On May 25th, 2022, the above named defendant appeared before Honorable Shannon A. Holmes. A pre-sentence investigation interview and weekly random urinalysis testing was ordered. On May 25th, 2022, this broker spoke with the defendant, emailed him the referral for urinalysis testing, and informed him once his file was sent to the probation department and he was assigned to this writer, he would be contacted. The defendant stated that he understood this. On Thursday, June 2nd, 2022, this writer called the defendant and left a message requesting that he call the probation department. As of June 9th, this writer has had no contact with the defendant. On June 9th, 2022, a letter was sent to the address on file and via email instructing the defendant to call the 36th District Court Probation Department on Tuesday, June 21st, 2022 at 11 a.m. to complete the pre-sentence investigation interview. The letter requested that the defendant complete the needs plus assessment and submit his ID. The defendant failed to call as instructed. This writer attempted to call the defendant 3 times between 11:10 a.m. and 12 p.m. On June 23rd, 2022, this writer attempted to call the defendant and left a voicemail message stressing how important it is to complete the pre-sentence investigation interview and requested that the defendant returns the phone call. On July 8th, 2022, the defendant completed the needs plus assessment. This writer attempted to call the defendant that day, but there was no answer. A binder check conducted on August 5th, 2022, verified that the defendant is not detained in any criminal justice entity in the state of Michigan. Per computerized criminal history check, the defendant does not have any outstanding matters in this court or any other jurisdiction in Michigan. The defendant submitted to urinalysis testing on May 27th, May 29th, May 31st, June 10th, June 16th, June 23rd, July 12th, and July 26th. All results were positive for marijuana. The defendant missed June 30th, July 5th, July 22nd, and August 3rd. As of this report date, there has been no further communication with the defendant. At this time, the probation department is unable to complete the pre-sentence investigation interview process. This referral is being returned to the court for further disposition. If the defendant is going to be referred again to the probation department, if the defendant is going to be referred again, the probation department is requesting that an accurate address and telephone number be provided.
All right, counsel. So you heard the report. It's a very short PSI because your client didn't follow through, didn't do what the court ordered him to do. And so I'd like to hear from you. And Miss Mack, call Shannon Walker. I want her to join us as well. All right, go ahead, counsel.
Your Honor, first of all, it's first time I'm hearing the report. Just so I haven't been able to discuss it with my client. Obviously, I'm not thrilled to hear it, but I don't know if there's an explanation. Again, I haven't spoken to my client about why the disconnect was there. I'm not sure. I mean, Judge, he always appears at his court hearings. I'm not sure what the disconnect was for the reason for the non-appearance at the pre-sentence interview. I don't know if there was a miscommunication or they didn't have the proper contact information. I'm not sure. Again, I'm speculating, Judge, because I haven't had an opportunity to discuss it with my client. I'm going to ask the court. I know it might be asking a lot, but I'm going to ask the court to re-refer him, and I can make sure that he's obviously attends the hearing. You know, the interview with the probation department. I do want him. I think he does want to take care of these matters. I know he's always in contact with me. I've never been at a loss for being able to get a hold of him. So I'm not sure what the disconnect is. Again, Judge, because I'm just getting this information.
Okay, counsel, would you like to go to a breakout room with your client?
Sure, that'd be great. Yeah.
All right, very good. Let's see, Miss Fields, if you could please, is the conference room available for Mr. Alameen to go in? Let's get him set up.
Yes, ma'am, it's available.
All right. Let's get him set up and we'll put him in a conference room and we'll place the two of you in the breakout room. Counsel, I do have a 1:30 staffing that I must attend.
Yes,
So
sure.
just to let you know.
Okay, I'll try to be brief.
Judge, can you make me co-host?
Oh, yes, ma'am, I can. I certainly will.
You know what room number it is, Judge? I have it says joint breakout room and there's 6 choices.
1 second. I'm gonna give her, I probably messed that up, counsel, so ignore that.
Okay. Sorry.
Okay, let's see. Okay, counsel, I will put you in breakout room 1. But we are waiting for your client to get in the conference room.
Okay.
So do you want to go in there now or do you want to wait?
I will.
Okay.
I just got in touch with Ms. Walker. She's gonna be zooming in momentarily.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon.
Attorney Walker, is that you?
It is me. I apologize, Judge. I was off today, so please excuse the appearance.
Oh, I am sorry to even call you off, but ma'am, you are the public servant extraordinaire that you would get on, Ms. Walker. And I want to know if you want to be on. I think the attorney and his client are now in a breakout room.
Yes.
He was ordered to, Ms. Walker, he was ordered to do a PSI for a number of tickets, got a great deal from the people, and he did not show up, did not cooperate, missed testing when this court ordered him to test. And so he's talking with his attorney right now. Ms. Brimage is in the courtroom, and I want to get a recommendation from the people as to how we should proceed.
Okay, Judge, no problem at all. What are his underlying offenses? Or did you already read those into the record, or will you be doing that?
But I'll tell you what they are. He pled on reckless driving. He was also charged with driving while license suspended, failing to signal at a stop, defective brakes, driving with defective mirror, defective brake lights, a narcotic drug violation, and drag racing.
Okay. Okay, I definitely will have a recommendation.
Okay, wonderful. They should not be long. I told them that I have mental health court staffing in the next 45 minutes, and I plan to be finished immediately.
Okay.
So Judge, the defendant is not in the breakout room yet.
Okay.
To my understanding, he's going to a conference room.
Your Honor. Yes, ma'am. Ms. Brimage had a little trouble getting into one of the conference rooms, so Ms. Mack is in there now assisting her. They should be in shortly.
All right, very good. All right, there they are.
So Judge, are they about to send us to a breakout room? Well, I'm gonna step out, but okay.
Yes.
Sending you to one.
Do you see it, Ms. Brimage?
Yep.
And could I be sent in with Miss Brimage as well?
Okay.
Can Ms. Brimage call you on the phone? I think Ms. Brimage, unless she's gonna pull it up on her cell phone, because they're in the.
She's in the courtroom, Judge. She's in the courtroom. If you want to talk to her, do you want to talk to her on the phone, Ms. Walker?
I probably should talk to her off the record first.
Okay. You gonna call the courtroom? You know the number you want us to call you?
Nope, I'll call her. I'll call the courtroom.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, thank you. Hey, Walker.
I sent her an email, that report, I sent her a report.
Regular probation, Christine,
I sent it.
oh, he sent you a copy of the report.
Yeah.
It's not, he spoke today. So I think that's what. And I don't think this one is okay, because she had anything. So I don't know. That it is, she can tell me that. All I can get my report was okay.
Everybody all set?
She said she might be going again.
Go to your corner.
Huh?
Go to your corner.
I hear you.
Go to your corner.
Oh.
All right, are we ready to go back on the record?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let me have the prosecutor place her appearance on the record, please.
Shannon Walker, P 53794 on behalf of the people.
Thank you. All right, counsel, you had an opportunity to speak with your client.
I did, Your Honor. He said he did not receive any messages or mail. I'm curious, I wanted to ask the probation department what number they had for him, because I've had the same number for him for almost a year. Do you know what number they were using?
I can't put the number on the record, but I spoke with him on the phone and we communicated via email. So he has spoken with me.
Okay, right. I didn't know if there was like a number, because he works at a shop too. I'm not sure if there was a different number he was using other than his cell phone. That's why I was trying to figure out, because Your Honor, I'm shocked because, I mean, he calls me day before court, make sure there's court. I mean, he always contacts me, so it doesn't make sense why he wouldn't have contacted probation at all. I mean, I don't know, unless there's some miscommunication.
Well, counsel, I don't know how there could be miscommunication.
I don't either.
Because I was very clear about what my expectations were. I gave enough time, a lot of time, and he had the opportunity to do what he was supposed to do from May to August, and he didn't do it.
I understand, Your Honor. It's out of character for what my personal dealings with him. It's just, he's very conscientious about court and making sure he's there. It just seems out of character for him to hear that, obviously. And when I spoke to him, he said he wasn't getting any messages, Judge. And that's why I asked what number they were using on the record. That's why I was curious. I know she said she spoke to him.
Even if there was a number that she was using, which Ms. Brimage has indicated she's using the number that she's communicated with him on, she's using that he provided, that she's also sent email to the email address that he's provided. At some point, why wouldn't your client say, wait a minute, the judge told me I had to do these things. They're not happening. He knows how to contact the court. He knows where the court is located. We're not babysitters. They are probation officers, but they're not babysitters. And so he should have been the one reaching out if he didn't hear anything. But Ms. Brimage is calling and emailing. She's kept the log of the calls and emails that she has sent to your client without response. And then he didn't test the way that I told him to test.
Right. And the explanation he provided for the testing, Judge, is when he didn't have money, but he showed up at the testing site, they wouldn't allow him to test without being able to pay.
Why would he think he could test for free, counsel? You can't do anything free in this country. They charge you for a cup of water.
That's fair, Judge.
When you ask for a cup of water, they charge you 25 cents.
I was just relaying what he indicated to me, and obviously some people that
No, that's
I see
not-
that. I know
That's
you're
not-
right.
Yeah, that's
I
not,
was-
I mean, that's unfortunate. That your client would show up to a place for a service and not bring money with him, not once, not twice. How many times, Ms. Brimage?
4, Your Honor.
4 times. So he didn't figure out by the second time, you need to bring your money. Every time your client comes on the court, he's working.
Your Honor, I did speak with him before everybody got on the record, and he indicated that he did not have any money to drop. And I told him if he would have reached out to me, because we had communication, I could have dropped him at the court. And he said he didn't know that was an option. I said, well, you have my email address and my phone number.
All right, who wants to address the court? The prosecutor? I wanted you to be a part of this, Miss Attorney Walker, because he was given a great deal with respect to pleading to a matter and then having multiple matters dismissed. And this court, he was set up to win. And so at this point, I'm going to hear from the people. What's your recommendation? Ms. Brimage has not been able to do a PSI on him. He is not tested as ordered by this court. He did not respond to Ms. Brimage. And I believe that my order went into effect May. I can't remember the exact date, but it was in May.
May 25th.
Yes, ma'am. We are now in August.
So Your Honor, I did have, sorry, Shannon, sorry. I just wanted to put one thing on the record. I was able to do the interview today. Not saying that makes a difference, but the interview is done.
Did you drop him today?
I didn't, Judge.
Okay, all right. Ms. Walker, I'll hear from you. And then I'll, of course, counsel hear from you as well.
Yes, Judge. I find it extremely troublesome that just about every order he was given, he failed to abide by. In the beginning, he had 7 positive screens for marijuana. And then he decides after he's tested positive 7 times to say, oh, well, I didn't have the money, so now I can't test. And in generally every other situation, we tell people a missed test is a positive test. So when we have 7 in a row positive and then you're missing 4, I can't help but believe those would probably be positive too. And I believe we probably should get a drop on him today just to see if I'm right. But more importantly, like this court indicated, he was giving a superstar deal. He had a charge of reckless driving and a charge of drag racing, 2 things that are troublesome to the community currently and are a danger to the community on a daily basis. Couple that with the use of marijuana, couple that with the inability to follow this court's order, Judge, I have a real problem with this defendant walking out those doors, snubbing his nose at the court, snubbing his nose at the community, and snubbing his nose at his responsibilities. For that reason, the people would ask that this court adjourn the sentencing date. Let's get the PSI. And in the meantime, I ask for 7 days Wayne County Jail.
Okay, counsel, in response.
Your Honor, I understand the people's position. I just would indicate to the court, Judge, that he does work full time. He did get a ride to court today from his job. He was supposed to be back at work. And I know the jail, unfortunately, is not doing work release currently. Judge, he does support a young son. The mother of his kid drove him to court today. I'd ask the court to consider at least adjourning for sentencing and holding the 7 days in abeyance until we get the pre-sentence report back and see how he tests before we do anything as far as depriving him of his liberty interest, Judge. I'd ask the court to consider that anyway.
Counsel.
Yes.
Counsel. I really, really, I have really been patient with your client. I have. I have. And he just did not do what this court ordered him to do. And you know, and people can do the things that they choose to do in life. But when you have money to buy weed, but you don't have money to go test, to go and comply with this court's order, that's a problem for me. And so, I mean, it's a problem. It's a real problem. And so he's already set the stage that he's not going to, at least in my book, comply with this court's order. So I am going to hold him because I've given him all of June and all of July to get this together. I've given him all of June and all of July. He's made a conscious choice not to comply with this court's order. And so I will not keep him the 7 days, but I am going to send him to the Wayne County Jail. I think he should do at least 2 days there for failing to comply with this court's order. Mr. Alameen, is there something you'd like to say to me?
I just want to say that I'm really sorry, and it was just a lot of I'm just going through a lot in my life, and that like all this stuff. It was hard for me to remember everything that I'm going on with my parents, with my at home and at work. Just, I have a lot of responsibilities, you know, and just those things just slipped my mind by accident. I'm sorry. I won't let it happen again, and I'll promise you that I won't smoke no more weed. My levels will go down. I promise. Like I really got to be there for my mother and my kid and my wife.
And I understand that, Mr. Alameen, but I gave you 2 months to get this done. I did. I gave you 2 entire months to get it done. I gave you 2 months to get it done. 2. And so I understand you have some other pressing issues, but this is the wrong foot to start off on a probation or sentencing for this court, where for 2 months you basically said, no, Judge, I'm not doing what you have ordered me to do. And so I'm sorry, you are going to the Wayne County Jail today. And you're going to, today is Tuesday. I'll bring you back on Thursday. I won't keep you the whole week. I'll return you to court on August the 18th, 2022 at 8:35. At that time, before he goes to the jail, Ms. Brimage, I do want him to test. We don't have to wait for the results because we can get the results at any time. And then he'll be transported to the Wayne County Jail. He'll be dressed out and brought back to 36th District Court on August 18th, 2022 at 8:35 a.m. And then we will be ready for sentencing. That's
Judge, do you mean August 11th?
August 11th, Judge?
I'm sorry, I'm in the wrong week. Y'all. Get me together. I flipped over too far. I do mean the 11th. My apologies.
All right, Judge.
I do mean the 11th. All right. And so he'll be dressed out and we'll go from there.
All right. Thank you, Anna.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Judge, as far as the pre-sentence investigation, you said sentencing will be on Thursday.
Yes, ma'am.
That may not be enough time for me to complete the report.
Oh, that's true.
I did do the interview. The interview was done.
But you need to do the report. All right. So I'll release him. Thank you, Ms. Brimage. How much time do you need to get that report done?
I'll do it for you within a week. Usually we get 21 days, but if I interview them already, I'll make it priority.
All right. Can we get it done for next week, Tuesday? Yes. Can we get it done for next week, Tuesday?
Yes.
All right. I need to get some right dates. I'm all over the place. 1 second. All right. So counsel, this is what I'm going to do. I am going to have your client come back for sentencing. He'll still be released on Thursday of this week, the 11th. I'll set sentencing for Tuesday, August 16th. And I'll set it for 10 o'clock a.m. And at that time, I'll do sentencing. And so what I'm also going to indicate is your client must continue to test randomly 1 time. Did I have 1 time per week, Ms. Brimage?
Yes.
1 time per week. We are open for testing Monday through Friday at 36 District Court. And from 8:30 to 3:30, your client can test on days that we are open, that the court is open. If the court is closed, the lab is closed. He should talk with Ms. Brimage as well, either today or Thursday when he comes back, about testing options, because not having money is not an excuse, okay?
All right.
All right. And so I'll do his sentencing on the 16th, but he'll be released and brought to the 36th District Court. Still, I want him released from the court on Thursday, August the 11th. Okay?
All right.
All right, thank you, Judge.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Brimage. All right. Very good. All right. Thank you, Prosecutor Walker. Enjoy
Thank
your
you.
day off. Goodbye.
Will do. Bye-bye.
All right. Bye-bye. All right. Okay. Did the veteran, Mr. Aubrey?
He did not come to the courtroom, Judge. I don't know if he went to see Mr. Yancey, but he did not come to the courtroom.
All right. Can you call Mr. Yancey and verify what's going on for me?
I sure will.
Judge.
Yes.
Judge Holmes,
Yes.
can you call the courtroom real fast?
Yes, I will.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, because I got a question too, real quick.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm gonna call the courtroom. I had another call I have to make very quickly. Give me a second.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was my own question.
Courtroom, you all are free to leave. Ms. Fields, I'm sorry. We are all set. I'm waiting to hear from Mr. Yancey or Mr. Aubrey, but you are all set. Thank you for serving today. I have staffing at 1:30, so that's the reason I'm still on. You all can log off. Thank you so much.
Oh, okay, you're welcome.
Okay, don't forget to turn off your live, Judge. You still got the live on.
Yeah.
They probably not even listening to. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yes. So funny.
No, that was the courtroom. I don't even know how to do it.
Miss, can you all hear me?
I can, Judge. It's just you and I now. The courtroom
yeah.
is disconnected.
Yes,
But it's
ma'am.
still on live though.
Oh, Lord, let me take